What's poppin', everybody? Welcome to the Startup Business Festival. I am your host, Karabo Muhola, the curator for the Startup Business Festival. I'd like to welcome all of you that are tuning in on different platforms. Now, if you guys can please do make sure that you guys are following us on our social media platforms. We're on Facebook at Startup Business Festival. You can also catch us on Instagram at Startup Business Festival, also on X at Startup Biz Fest, and also you can catch us on YouTube at Startup Business Festival. Please don't forget to hashtag SBF 2023 and also hashtag CEHack 2023, which is our circular economy hackathon happening from the 1st to the 3rd of December. Now, this week we're zoning in, looking into the Global Entrepreneurship Week. Now, when we speak about the Global Entrepreneurship Week, it is an annual worldwide celebration of innovators and job creators who bring ideas to life. And they also drive economic growth and extend on human welfare. Now, Global Entrepreneurship Week takes place in over 170 kinds of events, activities, and as well as competition. Now, this initiative is founded by the Global Entrepreneurship Network, which aims to inspire, mentor, and also engage individuals in exploring their entrepreneurial potential. Now, from workshops and pitch competitions to networking events and educational program, Global Entrepreneurship Week fosters a collaborative environment where diverse voices and ideas converge, highlighting the transformative power of entrepreneurship on a global scale. Now, we at the Startup Business Campus have seen this beautiful initiative to be very profound in the ecosystem, but we have broadened the landscape where we now look into the Startup Business Festival, which is a transformative 30 days business event taking place throughout the month of November. Now, our festival does more than just convene. It is an assembly of entrepreneurs, a celebration and an innovation, and as well as inspiration. At its core, the Startup Business Festival endeavors to redefine entrepreneurship, making it not only a viable venture, but also a trend-setting and accessible pursuit. Now, our mission at the Startup Business Festival is to make entrepreneurship fashionable and attainable. Now, we believe in the power of entrepreneurship to effect positive change in all facets of society. Thus, our focus extends across the environmental, economic, social, and as well as the cultural and creative sectors. Now, by embracing a holistic approach, we thrive to create a dynamic platform that nurtures diverse ideas and catalyzes comprehensive growth. Now, throughout the course of 30 days, we bring key players within the entrepreneurial ecosystem alongside thought and practice leaders who have carved a path of innovation and as well as success. Now, anchored by a multifaceted lineup, the Startup Business Festival features an array of events. Now, each event is designed to enrich and empower participants. Now, we have keynotes, masterclasses, workshops, panel discussions, showcases, pitches, exhibitions, live performances, bioscopes, and as well as networking events. Now, the theme for this year's festival is building a resilient startup ecosystem. Now, in these challenging times, this theme stands as a beacon of hope and determination, highlighting the critical importance of resilience in the entrepreneurship journey as a driving force behind sustained growth and as well as prosperity. Now, for us to achieve such ambitious goals, we are wholeheartedly dedicated to equipping entrepreneurs with essential tools and knowledge required for them to establish their startups that can weather any storm and also emerge much stronger. Now, our event does more than just convene. It strives to foster a robust community. Now, this community is comprised of entrepreneurs, investors, community leaders, and industry pioneers, and as well as thought and practice leaders who are united by a shared dedication to nurturing an environment conducive to the entrepreneurial excellence. And now we believe that together we can strive to craft a brighter future, one where entrepreneurs not only survive but thrive in the ever-evolving landscape. And of course, in a world where uncertainty now becomes certainty, resilience becomes our most valuable asset. We believe that by focusing on resilience, by investing in skills and mindsets needed for entrepreneurs who face adversity, we can chart towards a brighter future, a more prosperous future. So let us embark on this journey together throughout the festival. Let us remember the power of resilience, the strength of our collective commitment and the potential that lies within each and every single one of us. And together we can launch into new horizons and weather any storm, and of course shape the future of entrepreneurship in Africa. And as I have stated, I am your host for today, Karabo Mohole, the curator for the Startup Business Festival. This is week 2, where we're focusing on entrepreneurship for social change. And of course, when we speak about social entrepreneurs, they have a profound commitment to meaningful change, infusing the entrepreneurial ecosystem with a unique and heartfelt power. They stand as beacons of compassion and as well as innovation, navigating the delicate intersection of business acumen and as well as societal impact. Driven not solely by profit, but by a fervent desire to address social issues, these entrepreneurs become architects of transformation. Their venture serves as models of conscious capitalism, injecting empathy into an unoften yielding world of business. Now, with each endeavor, social entrepreneurs spark a ripple effect, inspiring not only economic advancement, but also fostering a deeper sense of community, equality, and compassion. Their power lies not just solely in the bottom lines, but in the hearts touched, in the communities uplifted, and in the enduring belief that business can be a force to be found with and a profound for positive change. Now, today, I'll be having a beautiful engagement with a phenomenal woman. Now, she is a novelist and author, Lisa Becker. Now, before we get into it with Lisa Becker, allow me just to speak a little bit about her. Now, Lisa Becker looks at things in a very unique way. And of course, her experiences ooze, what the world needs to pay attention to. Now, the only difference between emotional and physical abuse is that we don't see the bruises. So Lisa Becker found it essential to write an autobiography novel after finally stepping out of a toxic relationship. Now, she was born in Johannesburg, South Africa, under the apartheid. Now, with a clear sense of the injustice that was taking place in her country, after completing a 6-week course on human trafficking in Amsterdam in 2012, she became an outspoken advocate against any form of abuse. Now, with a degree in primary school education, with a major in English from the University of Pretoria, she frequently finds herself singing and dancing with children from the streets of the informal settlements of Johannesburg to Madagascar and the Dem Republic of Congo. Now, after publishing her autobiography With Wheels, she sensed the need to address gender-based violence. Now, in many of her conversations with women, she was quite evident that they allowed abuse to continue as they did not recognize their worth or acknowledge the glaring red flags. Having lived in Texas for a few years, she grew accustomed to the American way of life, and she soon recognized the need for people in her home country to build on strong, healthy communities that are robust against the growing epidemic of human trafficking. Today, I am joined by Lisa Becker, and we're about to have an amazing conversation of her book called The Blue Door. Lisa, how are you?
Oh, so good. Thanks for having me on.
Hey, Lisa, how are you doing?
Super. Oh, it's so special to be with you guys.
It's amazing to have you on this platform. Obviously, we'll be speaking about your beautiful book called The Blue Door, which will be launching, you said, in December in Soweto. Am I correct?
That's correct. Yes.
So the Blue Door, right? It has obviously. Looking at what you speak about, which is deep issues that women need to understand, right, in society. But when we look at the title, The Blue Door, why did you name the book The Blue Door?
So I kind of leave it at a mystery near the end. So I want people to figure it out. But I realized that women need to have a blue door moment because you put up with so much. And because society's trained you to accept it, churches, religions, everything has just made a woman subservient. And so you don't truly live the fullness of what's the capacity that's within you until you have this moment where you say, enough is enough. So that was my hope, that women would actually, as they read it, realize the red flags, realize the things that they put up with. And I recently met a young lady and I started telling her about my book, and she looked at me shocked and she said, "Oh my word, I just got out of a toxic relationship and got into a second one 3 months later." But she said because the other one was so bad, she recognized the pattern and got out the next one even faster. So that was my hope. Like, wow, if women could, and even men could read this book and realize, oh, okay, I can see the red flags. This is a novel, so it's not based on an exact person's life, but it is what your life could be if you put up with emotional abuse and you don't realize that emotional can be sometimes just as bad or even worse than physical abuse.
Before we get into your book, Lisa, I just want to know, what does it take in terms of energy and your well-being to really pour yourself in such kinds of book? What do you go through, and how long does it take for you to come out of it? And I just want to really understand, because it's not easy to write such books that are going to be moving people and get people to talk. You know what I mean? So how does that all feel for you during the process of the book writing?
Oh, that's a brilliant question, because I'd finished my autobiography and then I wanted to explain more of the journey that I'd had with my boyfriend in America. And I realized as I was writing it, and even when I did the human trafficking course, that what I was dealing with was much more common than I ever began to understand. So after doing the human trafficking course, I was living in Louisiana, and I went back to Louisiana, and my little apartment didn't have Wi-Fi. Can you believe it? So I had a lot of time on my hands. And so as I was processing things, I realized, like, after doing that course in Amsterdam, I thought, I want everybody to know, but not anybody and everybody's going to pick up a book that says human trafficking, because that's such a scary concept that people would even want to do anything like that. So I thought, what could be a subtle introduction that could get people open to journeying down that and learning more about it. So I just sat down. Fortunately, I haven't done like a literary course or anything, but there was an online course that was being offered, and it was like 10th of the price. So I hopped onto that course, and what the man said really helped me is that we can be our own worst critic, right? So what he said is just write and write and write. Don't even stop, don't even edit, don't look at punctuation, write all day long. In the morning when you wake up, then you look through it and edit and cut out things. I must say, as a writer, I've learned the strongest skill you need to actually have is not just writing, but editing. Because I've edited the book 7 times. It's taken me 7 years to write it. Wow. So I just want to encourage people. It's a long process, but just like you say, as you're writing, you're going through your own healing and you're seeing the symbolism, because I even have dreams and I literally meet those people or go to those places. So I wanted to add that mystical element to the book as well. So but the interesting thing is, once I'd finished the book, it was literally 400. It was this thick book. And I got it to a professional editor here in South Africa. When I came back in 2018, when I came back to South Africa, I felt, interesting enough, the book takes place in 4 countries: America, UK, South Africa, and India. And I suddenly realized that this is an international book. It can be relevant to any culture and any person who wants an interesting story, but who also can do their own research, that they can look up, how bad is human trafficking in India? What's it like in South Africa? How can we, and I loved when you use robust, because that's what we do. We go into communities with my organization, Huge, and it's about addressing huge issues that are sustainable solutions. And so when you gave the opening pitch, I thought that really dovetails with some of the purpose of the book. But writing's never easy, and you just have to just just keep at it, because I just want to encourage people that the book you have within you, someone needs to hear that. Don't ever
Yeah.
think it's not important, or it's too difficult, or I don't write well enough. I mean, write, and then do little book clubs. Get your friends and just read excerpts to them, and then that way you can grow, you can learn, you can create your own little community hubs that can be writing hubs. So I think writing as an entrepreneur skill is essential in what we can bring forth in ourselves, you know.
All right. I like that. I want to thank Ondi for actually having us both on screen now, which is beautiful. Lisa, I really just want to walk through this book industry before we get to your book, which is obviously beautiful. I really want to know, Lisa. Um, Obviously, we see now the power of technology, right? And we know that a lot of things are now digital. Is there still room for people to have hard copies? And also, I want you to speak about your process in terms of what steps do you, so you say you're an editor, you also edit your books, but then how do you approach publishers? How do you go about that journey? If there is a young man or young woman who wants to write a book but has no idea how to go about it. So first and foremost, let's speak about whether now technology has taken over and there is no need, or there is a need for us to have hard copies of books. I know people are still old school, but now, and let's also speak about that journey of writing. How does it go about for you to now publish a book? How do you approach publishers? And is there room for, financial growth in terms of, being an author?
Yes. Well, it is interesting because I think a lot of people like to think that a big publisher picks you up and they carry all the weight of the money, and then you don't have to
Yeah.
put any money in it. But the only problem is when you do it that way, they can take up to 70% of your earnings, and you can also lose rights to it, right?
Okay.
So I went the self-publishing way. So what I did was I did all my research. The publisher that I've chosen is Beyond the Veil. They've been very professional. It is quite a bit of money that you have to save up to pay the publisher. But once you have that book in your hands, it's yours. You can take it anywhere, you can put it in any language, and it's 100% of the profits are yours. Beyond the Veil, they're going to put it on Amazon, so it's going to be on all digital platforms as well. So I agree with you. Initially, I was just going to go digital, and then the lady who did the content editing for me said, Lisa, remember, there's large spots all over where people don't have Wi-Fi, and where they can, read it and share with someone else and underline it. And because it's very, though it's got a very poetic element to it, where there might be words and quotes that they might want to, rewrite or take to themselves and things like that. So that's what I would recommend. I recently met a young guy in Mufluri. I met him in Soweto, and he's 21 and he's published 3 books. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. His book is called Infinite Teen. I think maybe I should talk to him, and maybe you guys could chat to him. He's a very, very dynamic young guy.
That would be amazing, Lisa. That would be
yeah. And so he's also gone to 2 different publishers. So publishers are not the biggest mountain. I used to think it was. But you get people who'll work with you, who'll work with payment plans. And if you know your book has an audience that really needs what you have to bring to the table, then you have that added bonus of, there is an audience waiting for me. It's worth investing this little bit to know the guarantee that you can start getting the income back to cover the publishing costs. Yeah, so I hope that helps. Yeah.
No, for sure it does. For sure it does, Lisa. And obviously, it's all a process, and one just needs to understand the intricacy of each industry, right? Understanding that there are loopholes, and there's also structures that have in place which are not easy. So for you now to really do things as a self-publisher, that has a weight on its own, right?
Mm.
Because I'm sure resources and all of that, you have to acquire that on your own. And also distributing. Are you also doing distribution on your own? Is that also the journey that you're taking on your own?
Yeah, so fortunately
Yes.
with this publisher, they will put it out. They will do some of the marketing,
Yeah.
but most of the marketing is on me. Yes.
Yeah, you see, so now it puts you in a space where, which is a beautiful space, obviously, because by all means, it's to conquer and to thrive beyond the adversity that you may face within the industry. But obviously, you want to reach mass appeal, right? You really want your book to be a voice on its own as it is,
Mm.
right? So obviously now it's going to be a journey and it's going to be a process, but obviously having such platforms like this where people will be aware of this beautiful book that you have that really addresses pressing issues like toxic relationships, right? Gender-based violence. Lisa, the next question would be, what's the aim now of this book? So is the aim to give women a voice for women to understand their self-worth, right? Because I think
Mhm.
just by reading the biography, it mentioned something like just having a sense of knowing who you are, right?
Mm.
And also uplifting communities, uplifting people as a whole. What do you think, Lisa, makes people first and foremost not understand who they are? Why do we need someone to tell us who we are, right? Why do we always have to be in that space where someone's like, hey, wake up. Do you know who you are? Do you know you are
Mhm.
so great? Do you know you are
Mhm.
bigger than, but like, what makes, and I know a lot of instances, Lisa, comes from, parents, sometimes imposing, circumstances, how a child is born, the community. I know a lot
Mhm.
of things affect, how one perceives life, but why do we always have to let people know who they are? Why can't we
Mhm.
just know who we are?
Sure. Well, that's actually where I have to bring my faith in, because I really
Yeah,
believe that
yeah,
God's created every single person with a
I love that.
divine purpose. And I feel like from the minute you're born, everything against you wants to show you the opposite. And so I think you're swimming upstream all the time. And the
Yeah,
sad thing is that we just give up and we just go with the flow.
yeah,
And I think you actually have to, and it was a long time that I put up with this relationship, because I thought, oh, well, it's this, and he's charismatic and he's outgoing and he's all of this. And I feel cool.
yeah,
And then when I had that wake up and I was like, hang on, like, who am I? What's been put in me? One of the funny things I always remember is that movie Runaway Bride. I don't know if people ever saw it, but in the movie, Julia Roberts is the main character, and she runs away from three different marriages weddings, right?
mm,
Until this guy really, really likes her and finally wants to marry her. So he goes to the three men that she left. And she says to the first one, he says, so how does she like her eggs? And he says, scrambled, just like me. Then goes to the next
mm,
one. How does she like her eggs? Fried, just like me. How does she like her eggs? Poached, just like me, right? Do you see the pattern?
yeah,
So he confronts her and says to her, you don't even know how you like your eggs. So there's a scene in the movie that has stuck with me forever. She sat there and she cooked every single egg and she tasted it until she knew, this is the egg, this is the one I like. So when she went back to him and proposed to him, she was able to say to him, I like them poached or whatever. But that movie stuck with me because after breaking up with my boyfriend, I had to sit and re-look at my whole life, because I had given up creativity, writing, music, dance, so much to
yeah,
fit in with what he wanted. So you're right. I had to go back to the roots. Where did I stop believing that what was put in me was enough? And
mhm,
I believe it's society. I believe it's what we hear from friends, from family, and again, I say from religion,
yeah,
where it says, you know what, you just submit to a man and he'll show you what to do, kind of thing. And I don't see that. I mean, I live such a fulfilled life. And I think being a teacher, that's why I love being with children, because I was in Alex and we were busy feeding children, and I turned and I said, "What do you want to be?" So my little child said, "An astronaut," and all the other children laughed. I said, "How dare you laugh?" Because we must believe in our dreams no matter what your dream is. We have no idea what avenue could open for that child. And I used to say I want to be an astronaut. So I say, for us, when a child says something outrageously incredible, you should say, go for it. How do we want to do it? I mean, another little girl, I was teaching her, and she had to do about her job, what career she wants to do one day. And her parents have got different ideas for her. And this is actually upper income family. And so I said to her, "What about interior design?" And she said, "Oh, that's so cool." So we wrote about it. And then we literally made our own organic little room. We got fabric and cardboard and everything. And by the end of the day, we had this little room. So her parents have got a stream that they want to put her in. And I'm going to accept that journey. But at least she's given this time and moment where she can say, "Well, actually, I think this is what I want to be." And I think, like you were coming back, what's the purpose of the book is to create conversation. That even when I saw one friend, she said, "What if you had book clubs around the book where women could get together and they could say, 'Wow, this touched me because this is what I'm journeying through,' versus just reading a book and say, 'Oh, that's nice,' putting on the shelf and moving on, but rather saying, resonating, 'Wow, I recognize this,' or 'Oh, I haven't seen this yet. I thought this was fine.'" Like, I can give you another example. I was in the States, and this lady came to me, and she looked totally different. It was at a evening thing, and her clothes and her makeup and her hair. And I said, "You look nice." And she said, "Oh, my boyfriend picked out everything, the dress, the makeup, the hair." And I thought, why has this man completely changed her over? So I said, "Be careful. There's something off here." And they were already engaged. And I thought, no, and I was like, that's such a bad feeling. 2 weeks later, she walked in, I'm not kidding, with a blue eye where he had whacked her. So that's what I'm saying, is that we don't even recognize some of the signs that look like care, which is actually control. If he's always looking at your phone, making sure who you're calling, are you allowed to call them? Because part of it, I actually wrote a poem, is isolating women. And so the purpose of the book is, let's come together, let's talk about it, let's be open and vulnerable, share our hearts, and find a solution, and take back our voice, like you say, that we're not going to listen to, "I don't have value, what's in me is not enough, I'm always going to be dependent on someone else." No, everything you need is within you.
All right, I'm right here. All right, I'm right here with Lisa Abeka, looking at her beautiful book called The Blue Door. Obviously, Lisa, we have just these questions was obviously just to get a clear understanding of who you are as an individual, and obviously speaking about society and how people can really have a clear understanding of their own self-worth, because these are some of the pressing elements that you address within your book. But now, if we're going to be now looking at your book and your journey now as an author, what inspired you? And obviously you spoke about it being a novel, so you said it's not really a true story, although there may be elements of truth to it. Yes, sorry, I thought I went up. So you said it's a novel, right? So there's an element of truth to it, although you're not basing it on someone's story. But obviously your journey impacts a lot of what you are talking about. So Lisa, what inspired you now to write about your autobiography novel, and how did your personal experiences shape this narrative? And also, has your background growing up under the apartheid regime influenced your perspective on injustice and the importance of advocacy? You can take your time on this question. You can really walk me through, if you don't mind, Lisa.
Yes, sure. Yeah, I'll be very vulnerably open about that. All my education was Afrikaans education. My dad came from, quite a bit of the apartheid background.
Yeah.
And then my dad passed away when I was 13.
Oh,
And that's actually when my faith grew even stronger, because I said, okay, God, you're my father. You're going to make decisions for my life from now on. And I also felt like my mom came into her own as well. So, but I even remember, even in high school, I was at Tamakar Macy's, and our English teacher was always trying to build the bridge and heal things. And she said, there's something called rally. I said, what's that? And she said, you go and meet other children from other
okay.
schools and other communities. And I said, okay, I'd like to be a part of that. And I went there and I met beautiful, amazing young Black teenagers my age, and they were from private school. So, the way they spoke, the way everything just seemed, I was like, I don't get why I don't get to know people that are different from me. Why do
Yeah.
I have to live in such a narrow place, and then one of the young girls said, oh, won't you mind taking me home? And my mom said, okay, sure. And this is where it got kind of shook me up. We had a white high-ace Bucky car that my mom would use for some deliveries. And we had to take her into the depth of Alex when it was getting dark. And it's stuck with me forever. I got home and I cried all night. I didn't know that children were living like that. And I was only 16, and I said, I almost made a vow to God. I was like, I'm not going to settle till this is rectified in some way.
Oh,
I don't know how, but this is not acceptable. And then my mom, so then the lady who's working in our home, she was from Kwakwa, and she would bring in her grandchildren over Christmas. And one Christmas, my mom said, no, 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 they cannot go back to Kwakwa. So my mom took in my 4 little foster sisters, Sesotho foster sisters. And this is also, I think, why we all have such strong faith in God, because my mom did it under apartheid. She could have got into big trouble, and we didn't know where where could they get the best schooling possible. And a private Catholic school came and said, we'll take them in, and it was fully covered. My mom didn't even have the finances. I mean, they got the uniforms, they got the education, everything. So and then when apartheid fell, I even marched against one of the marches at Wits. Had my mom known how dangerous it could have been, because the next 2 days the riots broke up. So thank goodness I didn't go then. But yeah, in 95, when everything changed, they were on the front of a newspaper of my mom walking them into a school, with other children.
yeah.
So I think my mom's raised us all with an incredible amount of compassion. Sorry.
It's okay, Lisa.
Sorry, I mean to end. She's been to 11 countries in Africa, and she read a Bible verse that once says, whenever anybody asks, give. And she raised us that way. And that was her motto. So she has had countless people in and out, stay in the home, and we've moved, and life has just been, and interesting enough, I came back from America just to take care of her because of her Alzheimer's. But that which she invested in us, and now all my foster sisters are flourishing. I mean, they've the one's a chef, the one's a paralegal secretary, the other one's working for an assistant, the other one's an entrepreneur. She's got her own cosmetic range that she started. I mean, they're just, because we saw our mom just go for, just go to the mat for us. And that's why it's ironic that I didn't, even growing up with such a strong mother figure, but I think it was a lack of my father that made me looking for a father. And that's probably why I didn't have that strength of identity, because I think having that father figure in your life also really cements an identity. And we know that fatherlessness is such a problem, you know, in the nations. And so I think if that's kind of, and then even when I was in America, I would always, my heart would always just break for Africa and South Africa, and I would always wait, when's the time to come back? And yeah, after 15 years, I'd been there as a 7, I came back for 8, and went back for another 8. But it was 2018. I knew, come back, can make a difference. And so that was when the first real heart for that level of injustice, and then for women, and that abuse also grew out of that level of. I think my mom taught us, you can't sit on the sidelines and be quiet. You know, you just can't. We can't advocate our roles. We have to step up to the plate and speak up.
Lisa, I just want to say something. You know, it's so heartwarming just to hear the role that your mother played, and obviously seeing where the emotions come from, and obviously now just getting a clear understanding on what you stand on. You said your mom taught you, when anybody asks, give, right? And just look what you're doing today is you are answering the cries of people, you know, through your story. You are giving. That's why I wanted to find out in the beginning, what does it really take for one to pull out such strong messaging, you know, because the topics that you're touching on, it's not something that one can take lightly.
Mm-mm.
It's serious, right? It affects, it's let me say, it's life or death, right?
Yeah.
Someone can be saved because of, you know, your story and your book. So your mom is proud because of the mentor that you're carrying, and obviously you've got a strong faith which you strongly stand upon, which is so evident and admirable, you know, from me just to hear. I really applaud you. Lisa, I really want to zone in now and looking into addressing gender-based violence, right? So your autobiography led you to address gender-based violence, right? Can you share more specifically your experiences or conversations that motivated you to shift in this focus? And how do you hope your work can contribute to raising awareness and combating gender-based violence?
Sure. I think the more difficult part was when it happened close to me, when someone that I love very dearly was raped, and it wrecked me in a way that I didn't understand why that person didn't want to go for counseling. I'm like, you can't live with this depth of scar in your soul, and so part of me was like, how can I get women to talk? How do I get them to talk? And then when I did the course in Amsterdam and saw that there were, for example, women from Eastern Europe, that they see a normal advert that says, come and sell flowers in Amsterdam, and they leave their family and they come across and they get thrown into human trafficking behind a window. And I was shocked. They said that there were young men who were dating young girls and saying, well, if you don't sleep with these guys, then they're going to beat me up. And also, this is how we can get money for the week. So suddenly, the whole picture of GBV and human trafficking are so intertwined that we don't realize that. Ironically, I was realizing as my identity was being lost with this relationship, that's what human trafficking does. Its number one role is to silence you of all connections, of all all emotion, of all ideas, everything like that, where you're shackled basically. And so that's when I realized that in a subtle way, I had trafficked my soul. I had given up who I was for the rights for someone else to make decisions over my life. And so that was when I thought, hang on, this is something that actually affects a lot of people in a lot of different ways.
Yeah.
But we have just, in fact, I was telling you earlier about my nose. So what happened was on Monday, I was picking up my guitar and my foot hooked under the carpet and I fell flat. And as I got up and I saw the scarring, I thought, oh my word. But it's very interesting because these few days of going through this, I realized the shame, even though I can tell someone, oh, it was just a carpet. But there's other
Yeah.
women who can't say it was just a carpet. What do they say? You know? And how much makeup are they covering up? And this affects everyone, from the rich to the poor, from any race. If there's no, it's everybody. It's affecting
Or
everybody.
yeah, or other women will probably say it is a guitar just to hide the fact that something bad is happening in the house. And we
Yeah.
see a lot of women being silent about such issues, and they don't want to be outspoken. I'm, I'm not sure. Obviously, do you think there's an element of fear of what this person could do to me if I'm outspoken about what just happened, or is it love? I don't know what it is, Lisa. Obviously, I just want to know, like, do you? Obviously, I'm not in the person's shoe. I've never been in that experience, but just to put myself in that person's context, when a woman
Mm.
is silent, right, is it because of the fear of what this man could do, or is it because I just love him so much he can change? Or I don't know. What do you think goes through a woman's mind?
I think it's threefold. I do think it's fear. I think it's definitely, oh, he will change because he'll come back and he'll apologize and he'll do and that's what I wrote in the book. You'll
Yeah,
see, that he'll do the nicest thing, but I'll never do that again. I'm so sorry. I mean, I had a friend who said to me, a man raises his hand once and I walk away. I thought you got the strength to do that. But then it's like, I promise, I'll never do that again. So that's the second. But the third one is economically as well.
yeah,
And I don't think that's why what you guys do with entrepreneurial is essential, because and the children, for the sake of the children and an income, I'll
yeah.
stay with this level of abuse. Or yes, I love him enough that one day he'll change, or I am too scared what the final
Mm.
outcome would be. And sadly, 2 weeks ago, my friend Carol, she'll be at the launch in Soweto as well, and I've actually asked her to speak because she's taken care of hundreds of foster children and anybody who comes away, she helps. And she sent me the photo of this beautiful 19-year-old girl who just killed by gender-based violence. And I said to her, did they know the boyfriend? And she said, yes. I said, did you meet him? And she said, no. So I would say to parents, adults, when your daughter's dating someone, invite him over for coffee, have a conversation with him, get to know this man. You're letting your girl go off with who knows what. And that same week, another lady came to me and said her 16-year-old is dating a 32-year-old taxi driver. I'm like, that's not dating, that's statutory rape.
Mm.
In America, that would not fly at all. In South Africa, we just, no, we don't accept that. And
Yeah.
I think that's a problem, is we're accepting stuff that's not acceptable.
How then do we go, Lisa? How then do we go about um, taking these issues that are there? These aren't things that are hidden, right? The government knows what's going on. People in power know that these are serious issues that women are going through, young women are going through. How do we then get, people who are being advocates for such serious causes to really speak louder and affect change, especially at the top? to have laws that can be stipulated to say you can't have someone who's that age or being 30, dating somebody that is 16. How do we become, serious with our laws, looking at other states? How do we get into that space, and how can people like you playing a role be effective in communicating such, such seriousness to people in higher ranks?
Well, there is an organization called A21. It was started by a lady in Australia, Christine Kane, and there is a branch in South Africa.
Yeah.
So I spoke to Pastor Serge from Soweto, and he organized 2 months ago that 1,000 people walked against GBV under A21. So we can start partnering with bigger international organizations that'll give us the resources, the material, the PDFs, the videos, everything. And then I think we need to march, honestly. I think we need to get together and just really say, like a blue door moment, enough is enough. And then also to go to, so I'm with something called DIA, which is the Divine Intervention Approach.
Mm-hmm.
And it's where the police are actually partnering with the church. So it's policemen who are honorable, respectful policemen that we're going to have direct connections to. So that means the more that grows, the more we know that we're going to have law and order on our side as well.
Yeah.
So that is another approach. And I think you're right. I think we need to go as high as possible in dealing with this and get the voice out and get, and like you say, if my book saves one woman's life, then the goal's achieved, because that's what you want. You want someone to say, I'm done, I'm walking out, and say, this is my last, this is it. And the thing is, I'm not upset with men. What level of deep wounding do they have? So there's a whole other conversation that needs to start with, how do we heal our men?
Yeah, I think I had a conversation with one of my work colleague, Faith Caesar Lukele. He's an author, a remarkable young man who has a book that will be launched. Obviously, he's also speaking about depression and what he had faced, and you begin to understand that a lot of issues stem from home, right? You look at the roles that the parents play, the father and the mother, and a lot could really be directed to the head of the family, which is the man's state of mind, what the man thinks, and imposing that on a young man or a young woman. But now, as much as we have these amazing books of giving awareness to women, which is rightfully so, how then do we also address the issues that men are facing? Or how do we break those strongholds that are tightening a strong grip on men to be able to force their willpower on women and on young kids? How do we address these issues with men? And do you think men are in a state to listen? Do you think that a man who's in this position of being abusive can go get a book and be like, I want to read this book so it can change me? How do we really begin to address these issues with men?
Well, one thing I do know is that men are obviously more active. They prefer to be active when they're communicating, right? So I would say to do kind of gatherings where there is either sports or something like that, and then after that or amidst that, having discussion groups where we can have an agenda of chatting about certain issues. I don't know. I think that something like that is possible. I also know that leadership is something that men want to know because they haven't had a father figure to show them leadership. So, for example, there's Isaac in Soweto, and he's putting together leadership programs. So I've said to him, so Isaac, from that, do you think you could start conversational groups where men can discuss these issues? And he said, definitely. So I think taking things that are relevant that first makes it comfortable in what they're familiar with, and then to say, okay, can we get real about this? Do you think so? For example, simple thing like catcalling, when you walk across the road and whistle, whatever, you think that's funny. For women, that's unacceptable. It's like that's not respecting who I am. That's not getting to know who I am. So if your friend says, hey man, no, that's not cool, then he was like, oops, I didn't respect that lady. So there can be a way, and I know I'm giving an extreme example, but I'm saying there's little things where we can start changing the dialogue and the respect, because I think respect needs to come both ways. I think women have silenced men and scolded them, and men have grown up maybe with abusive mothers who, in fact, I met an Uber driver. I'm going to help him write his autobiography, and maybe his book will be read, because he said his mother physically abused him so badly that she had this hot pot of oil that she was about to pour on him. And she actually swung back and it put her hand and she threw it down. She said, look what you made me do. And he was a street kid. And I said to him, what kept you? And he actually said, God. He said, I don't know how I got through life. And now he's an Uber driver, and imagine going from street kid to now you have your own business and your own car. That's an overcoming story that's massive. So yes, maybe a gentleman might not necessarily want a romance novel book like mine, but someone like this man's book, they could pick up, and it could be small and thin, doesn't have to be a big elaborate, but people can be like, oh my word, I identify with this. Maybe that's where I accepted abuse is acceptable. I don't know. But there's lots of different ways that we can start creating a whole new conversation that men need to have as well. And they need to have someone that they can be accountable, that if they have done something really horrific, that they can start making restitution in some way.
I think the most important that you just said is being held accountable. Right, we definitely have to be held accountable. Lisa, before I go into the next question, I really want to focus now on your how can I put it? Is it your business huge? Right, so you are also in the social line of work, and obviously your book, The Blue Door, is also aligned in the social line of work, because you are really becoming a voice, for people who don't have a voice. Let's speak about Huge. Let me know a little bit about the work that you're doing within the community before we go into the next question about The Blue Door.
Okay, so Huge is actually full-time volunteer work. Our whole committee just volunteers because we've just got a heart for the people. It started with, Four West Chamber of Commerce was meeting, and I would get up and share my wonderful ideas, and the chairman would say, and how do you make money with that? And I'd sit down and, I don't know, and then, exactly. And then I met this gentleman, Viv Brown, and he said, well, come along to Huge. And I sat there and I was listening, and they were so innovative with, we'll bring frozen chicken into Dipset, and we'll do this, and we'll do agriculture, and we'll do this. And I'm sitting there, I'm thinking, why is a teacher who likes media and arts learning about frozen chicken and agriculture, But I just kept going back to the meetings, and then it dawned on me that the purpose of Huge is literally that, going in, identifying what people are already thriving in the community. So it's not coming in and saying, hey, we've got the solution. It's saying there are huge issues, so we need huge solutions. And we'll find them by networking, by seeing your strength and learning from your strength and taking it to a different community and then implementing it. So our chairman, Mark McClure, he originally came from Scotland in the 90s, and he was kayaking our rivers, and he said, oh my word, this is a disaster. So he started Armour, ARMOUR on Facebook, and it's responsible management of our rivers. And so people just started getting together, and him and his committee inspired people to clean the rivers. And through that, in Alex, they got 400 people a week coming to volunteer to clean the rivers.
Wow.
And they did it so systematically that grass has grown back. Goats can now eat the grass there. Children can play soccer and everything like that. They started a restaurant there that's thriving now. And they formed what's called Alex Water Warriors. And it reached the ears of the government, and the government has come in and supported and grown that. Then Coca-Cola came along and put up sorting stations. So that was just simply start with what's in your hand and get out there and do something. So, and that's the beautiful thing is, and that's just the starting point, because these people, we want to now teach them how to put a CV together. What's your other skill? What's your other passion? Because if someone's already willing to just go pick up paper, or whatever rubbish or anything around them, they're already showing there's something in me that's driven enough to do something. Because sometimes we just sit and we wait and we I don't know what we're waiting for. You know, a man on a white horse, I have no idea. Like, get out, do something small. I mean, I met Tumi, and she's taking in dyslexic kids to teach them. And 20 kids, you know, and I went to a spelling bee and I realized that she needs more resources. I'm at a top school, and they said, oh, we're giving away dictionaries. Oh, we're giving away posters. And I would just, you know, give them to her. She, just a few things. I didn't give her a lot. Yeah. She used that, and the next minute, the way the children were learning, the way they were growing was so incredible that other people came to her and said, how can we do this? And so it's like she's putting together her own way, because it's so difficult with the overcrowded classrooms that now children need aftercares to really have a place to learn, to have a place of safety, and to get the skills that the poor, overburdened teachers don't have the time and energy to do. So even one of the projects I want to do next year is actually have teachers teach teachers, because they're young adults who are volunteering, who don't have a teacher's background. So they don't know, how do I do discipline? How do I teach spelling? How do I teach maths? How do I teach reading? All they're doing is crowd control and giving that what they can within, which is still making an amazing difference. But imagine if they were just equipped just a little more to make it easier for them. So Hugh has been working. Then we met Percy, who's also on our committee, in Diepsloot, who was feeding 300 people a day. So what happened with Percy's story is during COVID, when everybody got the packages, he said, that doesn't make sense, because there's people who are not getting packages. There's people who don't know when to cook or how to cook. So he went to a friend, asked for 2 hot plates, went to another friend and asked for some gas. So the guy said to him, you can use the gas during the day, but bring it back at night so my wife doesn't know, okay? Within a week, he cooked for 100 people. Wow. Now they cook for 300 people every day in Diepsloot. And because people got on board, 21 volunteers joined him. I mean, young guys under the age of 25, wake up at 5 a.m, go there, cook for 200 kids and more adults every single day. So when I met him on Mandela Day 2 years ago, I said, come along, learn about Huge. And now he's on our committee. So the beautiful thing is when we go into other communities, Percy comes with us and he says, oh, this is what you can do. And this is what you can do. In Alex, there's a big farmland where we go there and they're doing community farming together. In CBD, that's how I've met you guys, and I see the amazing hub and activity that's happening there. So that's how and then Soweto. So we're predominantly working at the moment in Soweto, Diepsloot. Oh, and Tembisa, we're doing the water cleanups and everything like that. So Huge has got a huge mandate. It's all just heart-driven at the moment. But anybody's welcome to come along and network with us. We can learn from you. I'm sure they've got amazing, innovative ideas that we can learn from. For example, we went to a place called Machali's community church, and they were getting plastic shoes made from recycled plastic school shoes for children. And so we learned from them. So yeah, there's so much innovative ways of. I've got something called Kazi Fusion, and what I did was when I found the different artists in different communities, I took their work to Boskrain, and I met an artist along the side of the road, Shepherd. He's doing his beautiful paintings. So he said to me, "You take 3 of my paintings there." And then I think he gave me 5. And then he said, what you sell, bring me the money. What you don't sell, bring the paintings back. And I sold 2 of his paintings and got a commission for a 3rd one. So, yeah. And then even yesterday, Sunette and I were downtown Braamfontein area. And I don't know if you've heard of the Little Artists. So Little Artists is a few. Okay, I'll introduce you. It's incredible, Karabo. So what happened is these artists, who are really amazing artists, were met by this lady, and she said, "You're too good just to not to be known. Let me help you." And then as they were making their own art, she said, "Hang on, but we need to teach kids this." And so they've taken in little kids just in the community and taught them to paint the most beautiful stuff. They taught them collage. They've taught them a paper mache. They taught them to make art out of recycled stuff. It's magnificent. And so RMB got involved. First National Bank got involved, purchased them, got them a nice building where now the children can come and they can learn art every day, take it into their community. And they recently did an exhibit in Sandton, and the artists who are selling their artwork is there, but also the children's artwork. And all the money that the people pay, the money that goes into buying the painting goes back into supporting little artists. So yeah.
Wow, Lisa, that was a mouthful. That was so much, and obviously, just to get a clear understanding of the beautiful work that you guys are doing with Huge and how you guys are doing such amazing work with your outreach. Lisa, obviously, now when we go back to your book, you mentioned red flags. You speak about there's signs that people or women can really get to nitpick and see from their partners. Your autobiography speaks about issues of not recognizing red flags in abusive relationships. What advice do you have for individuals who may be in a similar situation, and how can society collectively foster an environment where red flags are acknowledged?
Wow. Yeah, sure. That's very, very good. I would say the first one is, you think it's very kind that he's overprotective, okay? But he starts dictating who you can see, when you can go out, where did you go. So he's basically like your time card, you can see this person, you can't see this person. That's you think it's very honoring, like, oh my word, he's made me his world. You don't want to be a man's world. If he can't survive and thrive on his own, he's probably not the kind of person that's a counterpart. You want someone equally strong. So that would be the first one. Secondly, a simple thing in conversation, in that you're talking and, oh, but this is what I did, da, 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 da. You don't feel the simple thing of hurt. Like, oh, okay, well, let's just do that, Yes, there's give and take of each person having their turn to talk and listen and things. But when you always feel steamrolled, when you walk away, and that's honestly what I felt. There was one us, and he was like, I might as well just stop talking about that, because that's not your interest. So therefore, you're always going to redirect. And so I realized the more I stopped talking about that, so I didn't have to be redirected, I would just sit and like, okay, and that is not honoring, because you carry what you have to say, and what you carry is important. Okay, so that one. The other one I gave was changing anything about you. Just a critical spirit, just critical about who you are, what you wear, how you can, oh, she's always dumb. Oh, she's always forgetful. Oh, she always, it's always putting you down. And then you laugh it off and you're like, oh yeah, but then you don't realize, like, hang on, that's not respectful and that's not honoring. And then obviously the biggest one is the first time he raises his hand. I would say walk. Don't say, okay, I'll give you another chance. Just walk. Or go to a friend, because that's what I do right in the novel, is that Jessica is the main character, and she develops this amazing friendship with Mel. And because Mel is working with this, gentleman, she also kind of sees the red flags. But the minute anything goes wrong, she calls up Mel. Mel's like, okay, let's go talk, let's go chat. So get that confident person, that you confide in, that you can, like you say, you don't recognize them because you don't have someone else saying, nah, that's off, and then so I would say then the physical abuse. But the subtle thing with emotional abuse is you put up with it so long that by the time physical abuse happens, you've almost even brainwashed yourself to say, oops, you've almost created an environment of that being acceptable because you've become so enslaved to his will and his way. So, yeah.
Sheesh. This is heavy stuff,
I know.
Yeah, this is needed. Obviously, I just wish my team had prepared me before to be like, hey, Karabo,
No, I was prepared, because I said to my friend yesterday, I said, the problem with writing a book is it's going to be your most vulnerable moment of your life.
Yeah. No, but I mean, like, such conversations, before having an engagement with you, I should have went for a walk, on the mountaintop and just reflected on life and just, took a deep breath and really know that I'm about to be entering into a space where we're just going to be in truth and really speak about what's happening. I know for sure, not to take this moment lightly, there may be somebody that's watching now who may know of somebody, or that individual may be going through, some form of, abuse, whether it can be physical or emotional. Obviously, this is for you. And we really do hope that, this platform can really enrich and give you a sense of understanding your self-worth and knowing that you're not alone. There are a lot of women like Lisa, who have gone through it and have been an overcomer. I think the most amazing thing is you go through something and you know that that's not the end of it. I think the willpower, and I just love, having a conversation with entrepreneurs, because there's just so much resilience in entrepreneurs to know that no matter what I face or go through, I can always bounce back. I can always persevere. So I feel like, just even having you, Lisa, on this platform, speaking about your book and also speaking to a young woman or young man who may be encountering, abuse one way or another, can feel like, there is a tomorrow. I'm bigger than what I'm going through. As much as it's something that you can't neglect, we're not saying you overlook it. Yes, deal with it, speak to people, and then from that moment, just know that your story does not end. You mentioned an amazing man, an Uber driver whose mother was so harsh towards him, but today he's making a living by himself, becoming something, regardless of what, his past was. So I think this space, it's beautiful, it's enriching, it's amazing to have this, but I should have been prepared. Lisa, you should have, we had a test and you should have told me, Karabo, beware, because it might get real. Lisa, okay, so obviously reading your bio, okay, I got to understand that you went to Texas. And obviously now I just want to zone in on that transition from Texas to South Africa. So you lived in Texas for a couple of years. And how has that experience shaped your perspective on building strong and healthy communities here in South Africa, and particularly in the context of combating human trafficking?
Wow. I think fatherlessness is an epidemic, sadly, in our nation. And so to experience because my first year in Texas was an adventure. I stayed in 7 different homes in my first year. I had nothing. I
Did
literally,
you did
yeah.
you know anybody in Texas?
Yeah. So what happened was I did a course in France called Youth of the Mission, and there was a
Huh?
young guy from Houston, Texas there. And a year later, I'd gone back. I was in South Africa, and I dreamt I was looking for a key on top of the Eiffel Tower, and this Richard phones me from Houston, and I hadn't given him my phone number. So he'd phoned the switchboard operator of Joburg and said, "Do you have a Becca?" And the first one that came up was AJ, was my half brother. And his next words were, "Lisa, I'm going back to Houston. Come with me via France." I'm going back to France. Come with me via Houston. And I was like, that's crazy. So my mom got a loan from the bank, and remember, my mom, like, whatever they ask, I don't know, but she's got me this ticket. And I was also surprised, and because I've
So
never
Lisa,
had yes.
Lisa, when was this? Was there no visas, so you could just go to America when you feel like it?
Oh, no, yes. I got the ticket, and then I got the tourism visa, which was much easier. Yes, in 96, a tourism visa was much easier than it is
Must,
now. Yeah.
I'm thinking, whoa, I'm thinking we're living in these hard times now where you just can't go to America if you feel like it, you know.
Yeah.
There's systems, you know, that we have to take. So I thought
Yeah.
maybe it's just a free for all back then. I was about to be like, whoa, you had it nice back then. Sorry,
No.
Lisa. Sorry,
It
you may
didn't take
continue.
long that time, but
Yeah.
because it was a tourism visa, because you were just going for a month, then they make it a lot easier. But yeah, and that was before 9/11 as well. So
Yeah.
yes, yeah.
Okay.
So yes, but then when I got there, the Texans were the most, Southern people, they talk like this, and they just welcome you into your home, and it's just like everything's ranch and branch, and I was like, oh my word, they're nuts. But and actually, if you read my autobiography, you'll see that I was gifted 3 cars at 3 different times. That's how insanely
Wow.
generous the generosity was. But the warmth and the kindness and the community, and obviously no high walls. Everything's just grass everywhere. Shops are open all 24/7, so you can go shopping all through the night. You're never nervous where you drive, where you walk, nothing. That's why when I first got back, I forgot that I had to keep my handbag close to me when I walked, and not just in the cart and walk away kind of thing, because I was used to Texan thinking. So yeah, no, I must admit, when I did get back, it was a bit of a shock to see everything gated and locked and walled up again, and I had to actually re-entering after the others. After being 7 years there, it was like, sure, So yeah, but they were very,
Okay.
very kind. Yeah.
Yeah. So now, if we're looking at this beautiful work that you're doing, both with your book and with Build or Huge, sorry, with Huge, your business, your company, what steps do you believe that communities can take to become more robust against the growing epidemic of human trafficking? And how
Mm.
can literature contribute to this effort? And are there any specific initiatives or projects you are involved with in addressing, these challenges at a community level?
Sure. Yeah. Wow. That's very, very good. So, a basic thing like water is essential,
Yeah.
because making sure your water is clean, making community clean, and is a very important element of making sure that I think taking pride in your community, knowing who's in your community, can actually also combat human trafficking. Because sadly, to give you extreme examples, in India and these places, even with all the people that are streaming up through the Texas border, is that, and that's why I include Texas in the book, is that a lot of those children are trafficked. So, politically, there was all this, Republicans, Democrats, and all that mess and everything like that. But the truth is, the reason why children were being separated from parents at the Texas border is because they weren't parents. They're called coyotes. And they pay people to take their children across, first of all, just so they can get money to eat, or so that the person going into that country, sadly, under a new law, that if you've got a child, you've got automatic immunity to stay in the state for a while. That's why you're going to see America's going to have such a trouble really reintegrating people into community, because people are coming from so much devastation, so much the drug cartels and all of that kind of stuff. So my book even actually exposes that. So that's why I say it's an international audience, that it'll give you insight about what's it like to live in Texas, what's it like to live in India. I haven't lived in India, but I've been to Mauritius, which is like India, a lot of the customs and the things like that. So what I realized is that having an income and knowing that you have enough to feed your child is also going to strengthen people not giving up their child to some person who, you know. So I think water and resources and cleaning your community, and being an entrepreneur, creating finances, and also being very observant, like just knowing where's this child, where they're going, who they're speaking to, and not just letting, and then also making better life choices, because when you're hooked on drugs, when you're full of alcohol, you have no idea where your child is. Again, Mark Carroll had me weeping on Tuesday when I saw her, when a lady spent all night in the shebeen, leaving a 2-year-old at home with a 6-week, I can't even begin to imagine. So that's why I'm saying, but how wounded is that girl? Like, who's going to reach out to her? Who's going to make it a safe space for her to say, this is why I'm drowning my agony in alcohol? So that's why we can all, and to come back to the huge vision, it's to empower people with their own giftings and strengths to get out there, use it, and see how you can network and grow in that skill and that passion.
Okay, so now when we look at the Blue Door, and obviously you now, Lisa, being an author, obviously your role is to touch the hearts and minds of people. And I think you said it beautifully in the beginning that you just want to cause a conversation. You just want people to just speak, right? And obviously now, as a storyteller yourself and myself, how do you
It froze a bit. I don't know if it just froze. I guess we just got to wait. A bit of technology. Okay, let's see. Okay, I can see I'm still moving. So, yeah, I just want to. Well, I'm just going to say thank you, what I'm learning and growing from these questions that Karab was asking, because for me, this has been a very vulnerable journey, to even delve as deep as I have. So, yeah. So let's see when he comes back on again, because I think we're still live. Yeah, so I just hope that what I'm sharing is really touching people's hearts, and that they'll go out and make a difference and impact their communities. And just know that you're not alone, that there's a way out, and just approach your friends, go to the people that are close to you, and live a strong life. And just, so let's see. Just Yeah, I'm just checking my WhatsApp to see if he can come back on again. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's. Apologies, I'm not sure. Well, dear audience, I really wish I could hear your questions, but I really hope that you. So the launch will be on the 2nd of December at Soweto, Lebo Soweto Backpackers, and the starting time is 10:30, and we'll go until 1 o'clock. I'll be able to send out more information, as well as all the links to get the book. And yeah, let me see if there's. Lucky.
Hi, Lisa. How are you?
Good, and you?
An amazing experience. Eh? Like lovely, just hearing a conversation.
Well, I'm lost without Karabo. I tried to do my own little solo, but I don't know if that worked.
No, I think it's fantastic. So I think what we can do is just maybe talk to us a little bit about the launch. I
Okay.
hear that it's going to be in Soweto.
Yes. So in my book, Jessica's in London, and she's walking along in this dismal rain, and she sees this little reggae club, and she goes in there, and she meets a friend from South Africa and has this wonderful conversation. So in one of our cleanups that we were doing in Soweto, we were cleaning up, we were coordinating 16 river cleanups in Soweto. Mark McClue, the chairman of Huge, took me to Lebo Soweto Backpackers. And as we turned the corner, I said, "Oh, this is in my book." And he must have thought, "What is she talking about?" And it's because it's got this beautiful reggae vibe and the outdoors, and it's just a lovely touristy place. So that's why I chose that venue. And so the launch will start at people can come at 10 o'clock. The launch will start at 10:30, and it's $350 for the book and the tapas meal that'll be presented. And then we'll be doing some spoken words, some extracts from my book, and just sharing back and forth between people. And then we're hoping this is going to be a full-on book tour that we'll be able to take it. The next place I want to go is the Alex Art Flavor, and then obviously CBD, where we can continue doing the book tour of the book. Yeah.
Awesome. I would be more than happy to actually host one of those, particularly the ones in the CBD, and explore how we can actually have a collection. We've got a little mini library on our campus. So I think we'd love to have a couple of copies, but the team will coordinate it.
Thank you, Lucky.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Lisa. I just had a great moment with you. Let me just give Karabo an opportunity to continue the conversation.
Okay, great.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Lucky, for stepping in. Lisa, I really apologize about that. I really had a technical difficulty on my side. It's not good.
Not a problem at all.
Yeah. I was looking at you. I was in actually. Obviously, I was just waiting for the team to let me in. I saw you struggling, trying to say,
I
I'm trying
know.
to
I
get a
was
hold of
like, what do I
Chloe.
do? I'm lost and I could have a space.
Yeah. I see. Look, it's funny. It's funny because the reason why it's funny is because we have started this thing, which is this conversation, and obviously I just left you, and we've formed this, this connection, just
Yeah.
in an hour now that we're doing it. And obviously, just by leaving like that, it puts you in an awkward position, which I really do apologize. I want to apologize to everybody that's tuning in right now. Just don't worry, I am here, and I hope that it won't happen again. Lisa, so the last question that I want to ask you, obviously we've been doing this for a while, is looking at storytelling, right? Obviously, I'm a storyteller myself, and obviously, looking at your work, and I think you mentioned something that was so profound. In the beginning, you said you just want to get people to talk, right? So being a storyteller, it's your role is to touch the hearts and minds of people, really tuning in to sensitive topics. So let's now look at, how do you approach crafting narratives that resonates with readers and effectively convey your advocacy message within the Blue Door? And can you also share your insights into the power of storytelling as a tool for social change and awareness?
Well, it's interesting. It became a novel because I'm actually passionate about movies. I want to be a producer. I've produced a few short films and things like that. And then as a young person, 2 movies like changed my life. It was very, very powerful. One movie was called Always, and in that movie, I struggled to let go of my father, and because of that, I didn't let a lot of people near, like, into my sphere. Like, I was just very protective, and in the movie, this girl's flying the plane over these raging flames, and the man that she cannot forget is standing, well, he's now in a spirit form behind her, and he's telling her, you will love again, it's okay, I'm releasing you to love again. And I remember sobbing and sobbing and sobbing, but something broke in me that night that finally opened my heart to let people closer. And I thought, how can a movie do that to you? And then the second movie was Field of Dreams, where this guy mows down his cornfield and builds a baseball field. And nobody can see what he can see. And while he's building it, everybody's like, are you nuts? Like, you're giving up everything. And a friend turns to me and says, if you build it, they will come. And so that stayed with me. It's like, if you want to ever explain what faith is, that's it. Faith is doing something long before everything's in line and in place. And it's you doing it when nobody else can see what you're doing, right?
Yeah.
So that's why when you say you're passionate about being a storyteller, that I realized, just 2 movies changed my whole paradigm. And I thought, if it can do that for me, then why don't I try and do that for others? So initially, the Blue Door came about where I was having a conversation with a friend, and we were looking at a movie script, and it was going to be this movie script. So I thought, well, let me just write the backstory. And I started writing the backstory, and it got longer and longer and longer. And I was like, hang on, the backstory just turned into a novel. But I think that was the good way to do it, because I realized the whole reason I even started in the beginning was because I wanted to give people that experience that I'd had, where someone had told a story that wasn't separate from me, but that became part of me, that unlocked something in me and shifted me into a whole new paradigm. And so that's why I think storytelling is extremely powerful.
I love that. Lisa, before my network, because I can see, are you there?
Yes.
You look like you're frozen. So it scares me. Lisa, look, first and foremost, thank you so much for really being part of this beautiful, platform that we have of the Startup Business Festival, where we really make entrepreneurship fashionable and attainable. And obviously looking at the beautiful work that you're doing within the ecosystem as a social entrepreneur, and looking at, the awareness that you're causing with your book. You are becoming a voice for those who don't have a voice. And you are really standing on something that is so profound and concrete. And, I really do wish your book crazy success, not just this specific book, but just your journey as an author, right? As a novelist. I wish that an extreme amount of success. And as Mr. Lucky said, I think we'd also want to do something amazing with your book where we have it on, in our library, and we begin to also display the beautiful work that you're doing. Lisa, before you go, I want to ask you this question. What does it mean, or what comes to your mind when you hear about a 30 days business festival?
A 30-day business festival.
Yeah.
Wow. Empowering is the first word that definitely comes to mind. Don't miss out on the opportunity. Be just glean from every bit of information you can get and put it into practice. So don't let it just remain theory. Take it to heart, work at it, talk to people, discuss it, invite other people, say, wow, I've learned so much. I'm growing from this. Go out, get friends to come. And then collaborate. Like if you meet someone who, there might be someone who can bake, someone who's got a kitchen, and someone who likes to do icing, then start a cake store. Don't be so self-sufficient. Rather find someone who's got the strength of what you need and work together and thrive. It's time for all of us to thrive.
It's time for all of us to thrive. And for sure, we are doing that. Lisa, thank you so much for your time on behalf of the Startup Business Festival team, on behalf of the convener, Mr. Lucky Ditero, on behalf of Kongile Mthembu, the Chief of Staff, and on behalf of Agnes Nyati, Faith Sizolukele, and Samson Nkosi, and of course, Sepo Lukubajobe, and myself, Karabo Mohole. Thank you so much for really walking this journey with us as a festival. This is our third year that we're doing this. Obviously, we're going to keep growing and expanding, but you are now playing an instrumental part. We really want to thank you so much. This is the Startup Business Festival. I am your host, Karabo Mohole. We'll see you at 2 p.m. as we have our pitches and showcases happening with young entrepreneurs who will be showcasing the solutions in the social space. Look, now they're putting the face closing. Hey. I thought maybe you were supposed to do the closing. Lisa, thank you so much. We love you and have an amazing rest of the day, okay?
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. All right, so I will see you guys at 2 p.m. as we continue with our showcases today. Today is Thursday, so we have showcases and pitching happening right here at the Startup Business Festival. On behalf of the entire team, we love you so much and see you soon. Peace.
Welcome to the Startup Business Festival. This is a dynamic, month-long hybrid event aimed at redefining entrepreneurship, making it not just a pursuit but a life.
And social entrepreneurship is growing. It is growing.
Hey, what's popping, everybody? Welcome to the Startup Business Festival. I am your host, Karabo Moholo, the curator for the Startup Business Festival. I'd like to welcome all of you that are tuning in on different platforms. Please do make sure you guys are following us on our social media platform. You can catch us on Facebook. We are at Startup Business Festival. We're also on Instagram at Startup Business Festival. You can also catch us on X at Startup Biz Fest. We're also on YouTube at that Startup Business Festival. And please don't forget to hashtag SBF 2023 and also hashtag CEHack 2023, which is our circular economy hackathon happening from the 1st of December all the way to the 3rd of December. Now, this week, we are primarily focusing on a Global Entrepreneurship Week, which is an annual worldwide celebration of innovators and job creators who bring ideas to life and, of course, drive economic growth and also expand on human welfare. Now, Global Entrepreneurship Week takes place in over 170 countries. It connects aspiring entrepreneurs and as well as established business leaders and policymakers through a series of events, activities, and as well as competition. Now, this initiative is founded by the Global Entrepreneurship Network, which aims to inspire, mentor, and engage individuals in exploring their entrepreneurial potential. From workshops, pitching competitions, and networking events to educational programs, Global Entrepreneurship Week fosters a collaborative environment where diverse voices and ideas converge. They come together, highlighting the transformative power of entrepreneurship on a global stage. And that's, of course, what we're doing right here at the Startup Business Campus or Startup Business Festival, where we focus on the power of entrepreneurship. Now, when we speak about the Startup Business Festival, we're looking at a transformative 30 days event that takes place throughout the month of November. Now, our festival is not just an assembly of entrepreneurs. It is a celebration, a convergence of innovation and as well as inspiration. And at its core, the Startup Business Festival aims to redefine entrepreneurship, making it not only a viable venture, but a trend-setting and an accessible pursuit. Of course, we believe in making entrepreneurship fashionable and attainable. We also believe in the power of entrepreneurship to effect positive change in all facets of society. Thus, our focus extends across the environmental, economic, social, and as well as the cultural and creative sectors. Now, by embracing a holistic approach, we thrive to create a dynamic platform that nurtures the diverse ideas and catalyzes comprehensive growth. And of course, throughout the month of November, we bring in key players within the entrepreneurial ecosystem alongside thought and practice leaders who have carved a path of innovation and as well as success. Now, anchored by a multifaceted lineup, the Startup Business Festival has an array of events which are aimed to enrich and empower participants. Now, we also have keynotes, masterclasses, workshops, panel discussions, showcases, pitches, exhibitions, live performances, bioscopes, and of course, networking opportunities. Now, the theme for this year's festival is building a resilient startup ecosystem. Now, in these challenging times, this theme stands as a beacon of hope and determination, highlighting the critical importance of growth and prosperity, all in entrepreneurship as a driving force. Now, for us to achieve this ambitious goal, we are wholeheartedly dedicated to equipping entrepreneurs with essential tools and skills required for them to establish their startups that can weather any storm and, of course, emerge much stronger. Now, our event does more than just convene, right? It strives to foster a robust community. This community comprising of entrepreneurs, investors, community leaders, and industry pioneers, as well as thought and practice leaders who are united by a shared dedication to nurturing an environment conducive to the entrepreneurial excellence. And we believe together we can strive to craft a brighter future, one where entrepreneurs not only survive but thrive in the ever-evolving landscape. And of course, in a world where uncertainty becomes certainty, resilience now becomes our most valuable asset. We believe that by focusing on resilience, by investing in skills and mindsets needed for entrepreneurs to face adversity, we can, of course, chart towards a much brighter and more prosperous future. So, throughout the festival, let us embark on this journey together. Let us remember the power of resilience and the strength of our collective commitment. And let's remember that together we can weather any storm and launch towards new horizons and, of course, shape the future of entrepreneurship in Africa. And as I have stated, I am your host, Karabo Mohole. I'd like to welcome all of you to week 2, where we're focusing on entrepreneurship for social change. Now, when we speak about social entrepreneurs, we speak about people who have a profound commitment to meaningful change, and they infuse the entrepreneurial ecosystem with a unique and heartfelt power. They stand as beacons of hope and compassion, looking at navigating the delicate intersections of business acumen and as well as societal impact. Driven solely not by profit, but by a fervent desire to addressing these social issues, these entrepreneurs become beacons of architectural transformation. Their venture serves as models of conscious capitalism, injecting empathy into an often unyielding world of business. Now, with each endeavor, social entrepreneurs spark a ripple effect, inspiring not only economic advancements, but also fostering a deeper sense of community, equality, and compassion. Their power lies solely not only in the bottom line, but in the hearts touched, in the communities uplifted, and also in the belief of business can be a force to be reckoned with, and of course, for positive change. I'd like to welcome you, all of you, to a beautiful Thursday. Thursdays, primarily, we focus on pitching sessions and showcases. And of course, I'm joined by an amazing bunch of early entrepreneurs who are growing within their sectors. And of course, today they'll be showcasing their pitches. But now when we speak about pitching, right? The cool thing about pitching and showcasing, it's about telling a really good story about your idea or your project or your business, right? You get to share why it's awesome to you and why people should care. So all in a way that makes sense to everybody. It's not just about throwing out fancy words. It's not just about, just trying to sound very much intricate, but it's about showcasing your passion and why your business or your idea is special. So whether you're talking in a meeting or on stage or online, a good pitch can get people interested and excited. So this is your chance to make real connection and also to get support from ecosystems and also from key members who will be listening to your pitches. And of course, obviously, at the end of the month, only the winners will be announced of who has won throughout the pitches. So let us enjoy this moment. Let us have fun. Just take every moment as it comes. And of course, if we have to look at the house rules, please do make sure that as you guys are pitching, those that are not pitching, please remain muted. You guys have 10 minutes to pitch. You can either utilize your entire 10 minutes or you can do less. And also after every 2 pitches, we'll play a little bit of an ad break and then we'll come back. So we only have 4 pitches today. We have Gladys Chibada, who's with Crafted Inc. Apologize if I get your name wrong. I really do apologize. We have Tepiso Malume, who's with Gamers Territory. We also have Itumeleng Lepota, who's with Kodisang Architectural Hub. And we also have Ayabulelwa, who's with More Peace. So without any further ado, allow me to welcome Gladys Chibada online. Gladys, how are you?
I'm fine, thanks. How are you?
I'm good. Chibanda, right?
Yes.
It's a pleasure to have you on this platform. Thank you so much for joining us. Obviously, it's an amazing background. What's happening back there? I'm seeing innovate. I'm seeing unique. I'm seeing, is it attitude just here or what is it? Is attitude?
Okay, so yeah, it's attitude. Yeah. It's a co-working space for entrepreneurs.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so Hwesang, Gladys, so sorry, I apologize. First and foremost, before we get into your presentation, when you hear about a 30 days business festival, what really goes on in your mind, or what do you actually think?
I think it's a celebration of amazing work that's being done by entrepreneurs all over the world, creating solutions for problems and finding ways to navigate the uncertainties that you mentioned. So it's really an exciting time to celebrate the effort, the collective effort that's being put by different entrepreneurs all over the world.
Wow, that's amazing, Gladys. That's beautiful to hear. Look, without any further ado, I'm going to give you your 10 minutes, and obviously the team will help me to keep manage of time. You can go for it whenever you're ready, yeah?
Okay, thank you. So hello, everyone. My name is Gladys Chibanda. I am a startup from Harare, Zimbabwe. I am the founder of Crafted Inc. Crafted Inc. is a socially oriented business that focuses on recycling textile waste into beautiful and amazing pieces of stationery, and also celebrate the African culture and preserves the heritage of our continent. So the problem that we were trying to solve is we realized that in Africa we face so many environmental challenges, especially not having effective ways to dispose of textile. I, for one, when I was growing up, we didn't have a decent way to get rid of old clothes. It meant that we would use old clothes as mats, as cleaning swads, we would do all sorts of things, but we just didn't have the best way to dispose of fabric when it's no longer in use. So fabric is a naturally a non-biodegradable material. It meant that it was going somewhere where it was going to be potentially hazardous to the environment. So as I grew, I noticed that the African print material was trending, and it meant that 90% of locally produced clothing was being made from the African print material. Therefore, 16% of that was counting to waste. So the problem that Crafted Inc. came to solve was we recognized that there is a huge waste in of African print, and then there was also a huge waste in there's also like a huge environmental impact that's coming with the waste. So, and then also there was a demand of sustainable products or sustainable solutions. So we recognized this dual challenge, the environmental crisis and the demand for sustainable, culturally rich products. And we saw this as an opportunity to to launch our business, Crafted Inc. At Crafted Inc., we embarked on a journey to redefine gifting. So instead of your usual gift bags and your usual gift boxes, we make gift bags, notebooks, and packaging, basically using the African print material to give them a very rich cultural vibrancy that it didn't have. And fabric a new life. We also create identity within our stationery, and we celebrate our heritage at the same time preserving our environment. The gift packaging stationery market has been growing steadily over the years. According to Grandview Research, the global market size of this product was estimated at 17 billion in 2020, and it's been growing steadily at a rate of 7.4%. And what's really exciting for us is the demand of eco-friendly products as an alternative to what was already existing in the market. So consumers now look for things that or products that align with environmental values. And because of this increase in interest in eco-conscious products, the market is also estimated to grow to reach 24 billion by the year 2030. And at Crafted Inc., we are strategically positioned to tap into this market because we are offering both unique packaging as well as environmentally conscious packaging. Our target audience consists of individual shoppers, business corporations, and event planners and coordinators. So our individual shoppers are mostly eco-conscious for shoppers who want to buy personalized gifting to for their friends, wedding anniversary, you name it. And the business corporations and we're already looking at the gifting season in December, and we're looking forward that we'll make the most out of it in terms of sales. Locally, we've got quite a number of businesses that are doing the same stationery packaging the same way we do, but the difference is that they do not use the African print material. For instance, Eco Africa recycles paper and they make products using paper, but they do not incorporate the African print touch to their stationery. And Tunga Textiles is printing its own material, but then they do not have ways of disposing the material after their customers have finished using the material. So we've got an array of customers, and we still feel that we've got a huge competitive advantage over them because of the African print touch, as well as our methods of making the products. Our value proposition at Crafted Ink, we think or believe that our value proposition is built upon the two core pillars that distinguishes us from our competitors, which is eco-friendliness and cultural celebration. So every one of our products celebrates our African identity, as well as contribute to reducing the impact of textile waste. So as part of our growth strategy, we would like to launch an e-commerce platform and sign a minimum of 20 artisans to the platform so that they help us supplement our product range. In 2024, we would like to run a marketing campaign and purchase printing and cutting machines. And our third milestone is to secure space or shops or curio shops in tourist resorts or resort towns like Victoria Falls, where we get so many tourists coming to visit, or maybe where our target customer frequently visits, so that we are able to maximize our market. During our 6 years of operations, we've sold over 15,300 units of our products across the world. I'm also excited to share one of our testimonies from International Labour Organization in Geneva. So we were also privileged to supply more than 600 units of our products to Geneva when the UN was hosting a summit on skills for a greener future. So we were privileged to supply them, and they were so excited, and they sent us an email to appreciate the work they've done. We need to grow our revenue steadily over a period of 5 years, and we're excited that we'll probably make our first $1 million in year 5. And this is our incredible team. It consists of me, Gladys, I'm the founder, and we've got Belinda, who is our operations, and we've got Mr. Brian Manyati, who is our accounts and finance. We've also got Mr. Darlington, who is our main production or our main crafter. We are all asking for $150,000 and intend to use this money to purchase our material, advertising, and use the remainder for the other costs that we will incur in the process of purchasing, as well as maybe miscellaneous. So that's what we intend to use the money. So in conclusion, Crafted Ink is more than just a business. It's a mission to transform textile waste into sustainable, culturally rich products. We have highlighted the environmental problem, our unique solution, and the market opportunity, and our team's dedication. Your investment will help us achieve our milestones and make a significant impact and deliver a promising return on your investment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gladys. All right. Thank you so much, Gladys. That was beautiful. You should have taken your time. Were you in a rush?
Well, I was looking at the time and I thought maybe I'll not finish in time.
Yeah,
So
no,
maybe
I understand. Yeah, but you
I
feel
was
good? You feel
I
satisfied?
was yes, and maybe I'm also open for questions.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we're able to get interaction right now because obviously the platform that we're using. Let me ask. I don't. Is it possible for questions to be taken over here because I can't see anything in terms of looking at the chats or or the comment section. Okay, cool. No worries, Gladys. Thank you so much for your time. I really do appreciate your presentation. Right now, I'm going to ask for Tebiso Maluma. Is Tebiso right here? Is Brother Tebiso here? If not, we can have you to Miling.
Can you hear me?
Brother Tebiso, I can hear you, man. How are you?
I'm good. And you?
Good to see you, brother, man.
Yes,
Hey,
let me try to share my slides.
Yeah.
Okay.
Take your time, yeah? You can take your time. No rush.
Okay.
All right, man. We're still alive and kicking here at the Startup Business Festival, making entrepreneurship fashionable and attainable. Right now, obviously, we're going through the pitching and the showcasing, looking at the amazing entrepreneurs in the social sector, showcasing their ideas and their solutions that are impacting society right now. And it's really a privilege just to see them going through this process and obviously getting potential funding from this platform. Brother man, whenever you're ready.
Yes. Can you see my screen?
You can take your time. Yeah, you can take your time. Yeah. We can see your screen, brother man.
Perfect. I'm ready now. So yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tsebiso Malema, the founder and CEO of Gamers Territory, and today I'll be pitching our new product called the Scalar Educational Game. So back in 2020, in the middle of COVID-19, I was writing my matric examinations. And as I was writing my matric examinations, though I had passed with a few distinctions, I still did not understand what is it that I was learning because I could not apply what I learned in maths or physical science into my real life practice. And this is why learners are losing interest in maths and science. Because looking at the stats, they show us that from 2015 to 2022, the number of students that are taking mathematics declined by over 16%, while those taking physical science declined by over 15%. And this is due to the perception of difficulty of these subjects, the lack of interest, and poor teaching in our schools. And this is why South Africa is not competing globally, because maths and science boost the economies. Maths and science are the pillars of the fourth industrial revolution, and currently the teaching approach is robbing our economy of critical human impact. As also when we look back to the numbers, last year the number of learners who wrote a maths examination was over 480,000, and only 20% passed in that number. And in that 20%, 5% managed to go to a higher institution like a university. Our solution is the Scalar mobile game, which is an educational gaming application with a mission of transforming the education system by simply infusing fun and enhancing creative thinking and the ability to use imagination beyond the theory that is applied. In simple terms, with Scalar, you learn while you play and you play while you learn. Our value proposition is that Scala promotes a competitive way of learning. Also, Scala can be accessed anywhere at any time in a smartphone. And currently, the government is issuing tablets to public schools. So, the issue of accessibility, it will be an issue of the past. And also we work with qualified examiners for quality assurance. And Scala uses AI to adapt to the student's level of understanding and provide feedback that is specific to the learner progress. And Scala is here to ensure that teachers get real-time accurate feedback on students' performance and engagement, because in the township, a normal class has over 50 learners, but only few, like a number of three, will get teachers' attention, maybe because they are geniuses. The Scala features. So this video shows our current MVP, of which we've managed to build, and that has been in testing for over the past 6 months. So as you log in, a learner will enter the name and there's an option to upload a picture. Currently focusing on 3 grades, 10, 11, and 12, and 6 subjects, which is maths, physical science, life science, and business studies, history, and yeah. So as you can see, we managed to gamify topics like financial maths, and we partnered with a YouTuber on a maths tutor YouTuber called Mlungisi Nkosi, who has over a million views on YouTube. So this is how our platform looks. So when it comes to the monetization and our business model, Scala uses a B2B and a B2G model, whereby we work with governments and institutions. And our monetization model is a white labeling, licensing, and subscription-based model, in-app purchases, and also consulting services like tutoring. Currently, our main strategic partnerships are the French South African Tech Labs, of which is helping us with the development of the game. Also, Telkom Future Makers. And currently, we have signed an MOU with the Department of Science and Innovation and the Basic Education for our application to be deployed nationally as of next year. Our team that is making all these big moves, it's just the three of us, with me as the managing director, the team as the chief operation officer, and our software developer, Litabo Mokoro. Our traction and KPIs. They show that currently we have, as I've mentioned, that we've been testing our platform for over the past 6 months. Currently, we have 258 users with a 74% retention rate, and an average time spent per session is 10 minutes. And over the past 6 months, we've managed to improve the performance by over 12%. Our growth roadmap shows that last year we were on ideation and development of our game, and currently we are testing and finding product market fit. And next year we will be launching our application and going to market. And us going to market means now we'll be rolling out the application and deploying it nationally to public schools. Our funding needs and use of funds is that currently we're still trying to close our pre-seed funding, of which it's 500,000, and we managed to raise 30% of that, and all the funds will be going to marketing, product development, and talent acquisition.
Hey guys, my name is Maluka Malika. Scala Play helped me to fall in love with mathematics because it makes things easier. Hashtag Scala Play, hashtag Play while you learn.
Yeah, so this is one of our users who is actually whom we managed to actually improve the marks through the application. So this shows that this is a product worth your investment. Thank you. You can also check out our platform by scanning this link.
showcasing your presentation. Without any further ado, before we go to the next picture, I'm going to ask you guys just to go on a quick short break, and then we'll be right back with Aya Bulera to take us through her presentation. Thank you so much.
Welcome to the start. Welcome to the Startup Business Festival. This is a dynamic, month-long hybrid event aimed at redefining entrepreneurship, making it not just a pursuit but a lifestyle. Focused on tech entrepreneurship in environmental, creative and cultural, financial and economic, and social sectors, the event strives to foster a vibrant community of entrepreneurs, investors, community leaders, industry captains, thought leaders, and practitioners committed to nurturing a thriving and resilient entrepreneurial ecosystem.
Social entrepreneurship is growing. It is growing in Africa. I'm going to share a few companies that I've found within Africa. I really couldn't share all of them because even if you look within South Africa, there's so many social entrepreneurship companies or social impact companies all over that are really driven by the need to change lives, not driven by the bottom line. So they are more likely to attract 1.6 times more funds than traditional business ventures because even investors are changing the way they are looking. They not only want to be throwing money with the idea to get a 10x return, still want the 10x return, but you also want to be able to say, I have impacted a community, I have impacted lives. I am now able to say that children in Katlehong are now have fallen in love with mathematics because of the presence of Nubian Smart. And if we help Nubian Smart to grow, then it means that children from Philippi, children from Umlazi, children from Kailicha are able to then get the same support. But in terms of everything else, as a social entrepreneur, we've also found that sustainability within social impact ventures is critical because 86% of them focus on environmental sustainability. But apart from that, apart from ensuring that we're not killing the world in which we live in, but also teaching people, teaching their customers in terms of what it is that drives the change.
All right, what's poppin', everybody? Welcome back to the Startup Business Festival, where we make entrepreneurship fashionable and attainable. We're still live and kicking with our showcasing and our pitching, and of course, we had two amazing pitches so far. Right now, we're about to conclude with a beautiful pitching. But before we get there, please don't forget to look at us up on our social media platforms. We're on Facebook at Startup Business Festival. We're also on Instagram at Startup Business Festival. You can also catch us on Twitter or on X at Startup Biz Festival. Also on YouTube, Startup Business Festival. Please don't forget to hashtag SBF 2023 and also hashtag CEHack 2023, which is our circular economy hackathon. Without any further ado, allow me to welcome Aya Bulera to the platform. Aya Bulera, how are you, sir?
Hi, Karabo.
Okay, I will just.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, brother man. I can hear you, but I can't
Okay,
see
awesome.
you. Are you you struggling to showcase your screen? I mean, to your video, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Still can't see me.
No, I can't see you. It's just it's literally blank. But obviously, the team has been telling me that you've been going on and off. So let's not just waste time because like we don't want you to disappear because of networking issues. But before we go on, brother man, when you hear about a 30-day business festival, what does that ring? What does that say to you when you hear about a startup business festival that goes on for 30 days? What goes on to your mind the first thing you hear about that?
Two words: opportunity and privilege. And when I say opportunity, I mean opportunity for guys who aren't really open to such spaces, you know, the young entrepreneurs in the communities. So it's an opportunity for guys like us to connect to that space that we need in order to elevate and progress in our spheres. Now, when I say privilege, I'm basically talking also about the same thing, really, because it's also like privilege for us who aren't really open again to such spaces. So that's just one thing for me.
Man, it's a privilege, man, for us also to have you on our platform, on our space, because you know we believe in the power of collaboration and also expanding our ecosystem. This is a very vast ecosystem, so to have all of you guys partake in such a huge movement like this, which is a 30 days business festival, it means a lot. And obviously, your name, man, is written down in the book, not the book of life. Well, your name is written in the book of life. You're gonna get it. But I mean, like, your name is written in this book. Brother man, do you have a presentation to showcase?
I'm using my phone right now because I had issues with my laptop, and I was discussing with your team about that and how we can solve it, but we never really came to a proper solution. And I thought, you know what, I'm not gonna miss this opportunity, so I might as well go rogue and try something at least, you know.
Hey man, this is you. I'm wondering. I know you, man. I know you.
Oh, you can see me now.
Hey, man. I can see you. I can really see you, man. That's what I'm saying. Is I know
cool.
you. I recognize you. But man, without any further ado, you can take us through your pitching. Obviously, you can speak. It's okay. If you feel comfortable, you can close your video and just speak. Obviously, because I know.
Would that be okay?
It's okay, brother man. I mean it. It's okay. You can close your video because I think it's going to be difficult for you to really pitch to us with your phone on without you having a presentation. You know what I mean? So I'm putting myself.
All right, no problem.
I know it's going to be difficult. All right. So no problem, brother man. Thank you so much. Sure thing. Okay, we're listening.
All right. So my name is Ayabulela. I am 21 years old, and the industry I'll be looking to bring to you guys today will be the school transportation industry. Now, this industry in South Africa is very large. It's very lucrative, really, but it's also undermined. And when I say undermined here, I mean in terms of like how people involved in it are utilizing their resources for it. What I mean is they are not taking it as seriously as I think it should be taken. Now, I'm the type of person that is really orderly in terms of I like to put things in order, I structure things. I'm that type of person. So when I saw that people in this industry, the drivers of these transportations, now I'm talking about private transportations, not school vehicles or transportation that has been offered by the school. I'm talking private school transportation that are separate businesses. So when I saw that people aren't really taking this space seriously, I thought to myself, let me put in that skill of mine, which is to structure things and see what I can do. So when I looked at it, I saw, okay, I can do a couple of things here that can cause a difference and shake up this industry in this sector specifically. So before I carry on any further, the name of my business is More Peace. And right now I'm at a phase where I've just summed up my business plan, and I thought, okay, this was the right time for me to get in touch with this space and see what can come for me from potential investors, hopefully. So I'll bring now my value propositions for my business, which I think will help me cause a change and a shake in this industry. I have 3 value propositions. One is transparency for parents. Parents can worry very easily. They can get stressed very easily, especially when their children are involved. Now, I've had experiences with my mom where my younger brother has gone missing, and he was from school and wasn't back yet at the time he was supposed to come back, and my mom just freaked out. She could not contain emotions, she could not contain herself, and it kind of hurts me as well to know that, okay, we couldn't trust the people that we pay every month to take care of him, you know, during transportation hours. So that's just an experience to add on the problem that is out there in terms of transparency in this industry. So how I'm looking to implement this value proposition is by putting in a system, a concentrated system that allows the business to track every vehicle that will be under the business. So during transportation hours, meaning going to school and coming back from school with the children, we will be able to know of the vehicles' whereabouts and which children are in the transportation at that specific time. For whichever parents that looks to know where their child is, what time they're gonna come back, and etc. That's my first value proposition, transparency for parents. My second value proposition is safety and comfortability. Now, this is to be implemented, especially in the morning hours when the kids are being fetched from school, right? And being fetched from home and being taken to school. I believe that the first thing somebody gets in touch or hears in the morning will be probably the only thing that will ring in their head and mind the entire day. So we look to use that as our advantage to implement kids to have a much more positive day by implementing a positive atmosphere in the morning while they're in the transportation as they go to school and have a positive day. So by safety, I mean that we're looking to keep our vehicles maintained, the transportation vehicles. We're looking to maintain them because most of them out here, the private businesses that transport children to school, aren't really well maintained. Some of us here can agree with me whenever they see maybe transport outside of schools, private transportations, they're not really well maintained. Like I say, they don't look like they are kept up to standard. And to me, what I see when I look at that, I see a driver or a business that doesn't really care about the children themselves. Because I've seen vehicles that transport children time after time where kids have had to deal with the smoke that comes from the vehicles and just deal with that throughout the entire journey. And the smoke would just come from the engine of the taxi into the vehicle. And I didn't know how children were able to bear that. So to me, that didn't seem to show that the drivers or the business care really about the children's safety. So my solution in that specific area is to bring well-maintained taxis, well-maintained transport, and insured transportation that is always kept up to standard. And when I say comfort in the second point of my second value proposition, I mean in terms of interior. Now, most transportation vehicles that transport children to school aren't really comfortable. I've been in one where my siblings use, and the chairs are rigidy and they are unbalanced, and that could cause a lot of problems for the children's backs and body, and bringing children to school with that pain or that experience already doesn't look to promise them a good day. So I'm looking to cause a difference and change that as well. And my third value proposition, which is my last but not least certainly, is faster arrivals from home and to school for children. Most transportation vehicles that transport school children focus on many areas at the same time. What I mean by that is that they will fetch a kid for example, from one area and carry on with other kids from the same area, but then transport these kids and deliver them to different schools in different areas. So that, if you think about it, lengthens the time of transportation. Because then when I have to fetch one kid and another and deliver the kids to one school, and which is in one area, and then also transport the kids to another school, which is in another area. So that kind of causes and brings troubles for fuel, and it takes more time for the kids to get to school and come back from home. And my solution for that specific problem is to give each community certain taxis or vehicles that transport children from this community to a specific area of schools. Meaning, we will not have kids that go to schools that are in town or the north at the same time. We will have taxis that transport schools that are going to town specifically and only in that direction, bringing us or giving the parents quicker time for their arrival. So those are my 3 value propositions, and I hope you guys were able to hear them properly and understand them as well. And what I'm looking for from potential investors is basically CAPEX, because I don't really see funds that will require OPEX for this type of business. And when I'm talking about CAPEX, I mean just funds for the assets that the business will require. For example, the taxi, which are the vehicles, and of course the salary of the driver, and the printing over the taxi, which will be one of our marketing channels, and insurance, of course. So if that will all sum up the amount we need to carry on and push forward with the business. Our marketing channels aren't really going to be a lot, because when I look at this industry, it's not really oriented around technology a lot, you know. So one of our channels, which could be lucrative, can be passing out pamphlets to parents that will be waiting with their kids in the morning, or passing out pamphlets to kids that can then pass the pamphlets to their parents. And what I believe can make the difference for this business from many other transportation business is that we will be cheaper, we will be safer, we will become more comfortable, and we will be more transparent for parents. And I believe sincerely that that's enough for any parent to hear and say, I would rather choose that for my kid and not what I see in front of my eyes, which is potentially risky and uncomfortable, really. So that is what I'm looking to do for this industry. And the summed up amount that I will be requiring for this all to be implemented will be $388,946. And I hope to get somebody or an investor who will be intrigued and interested as well. Now, when I say investor, I don't want to just say somebody who will be pouring in money. I look at an investor as more than just an investor. For me, right now, I see an investor as somebody who would be like-minded as I am in this particular industry, for the kids out there that are not getting the experience they're supposed to get as their first experience in the morning as they go to live out the rest of their day in school. So I look for somebody who is like-minded, who will also be a mentor and a destiny helper, an investor. So that is my presentation. It wasn't the prettiest, but hopefully it was productive and I was really able to share what I needed to share. So yeah, thank you.
All right, brother man, thank you so much, Ayabulela, for that beautiful presentation showcasing the solutions of your business. I want to thank each and every single individual that has partaken in this beautiful moment of pitching and showcasing. Ayabulela, before you leave, thank you so much, man. How was that experience?
It wasn't really something I'm used to, but I was open to it and I really liked it. And I know it served well for my growth. So I'm really appreciative of it and thankful.
I like that. That's what I'm talking about. We're speaking about growth. We're speaking about, you mentioned opportunity, and obviously we thrive in opportunity. We grow in opportunity. We find ourselves in spaces that allow us to do things that we're not accustomed to or that aren't just necessarily the norm. So you have done this, and all the other pitches that I've pitched today. Thank you so much for being part of such a beautiful platform, and I wish you guys all the best. Obviously, the winners will be announced at the end of the month. So fingers crossed that one of you guys gets elected. I am your host, Tukarabo Ngolo, the Chief Storyteller for the Startup Business Campus. I want to thank you guys for really being part of us today, where we had an amazing journey in the morning looking at Lisa Becker's book called The Door. We had an amazing conversation about gender-based violence and how women are really treated in bad relationships or toxic relationships. And of course, right now we had an amazing session where we looked into pitching and showcases with all love from the team of the Startup Business Campus, from the convener, Mr. Lucky Didero, and Kondile Mutembe, the Chief of Staff, and Agnes Inyati, Faith Sizo Lukele, Samson Nkosi, Tepo Lugubajobe, and myself, Karabo Muhole. Wish you an amazing rest of the day. And all the people that are tuning in all the different platforms, we love you so much. Have an amazing rest of the day. Peace. Yes, sir.